G'day y'all, how are yous? I've come across a demo of a horror game, which I want to play before we get into our game dev tonight. Because it looks real fun. Hello Pluto, how are you doing? Sounds like you have to. It's really, really interesting. Like, I've seen some of the mechanics of this game in other games, but I haven't played any of those games. So, I figure I'll check them out in this game. They seem like mechanics that you can do some really good. Let's go into settings here. Remote mode. That was weird. It seems like they'd be really good mechanics for puzzle games. Oh, thanks for the shout out, Falanier, leader of the indie dev team here on Twitch. Supports us all. Absolutely amazing. Just check him out. Show him some love. HypnotiK Games is here to save the day. Damn right I am. I see videos of characters in this game sometimes. A lot of times, they get traumatized in school. Yeah. I think it looks like a real interesting game. It is just a demo, okay? So, this game does a really good job of immersing the player into it. I personally wouldn't play it, but it looked really interesting. Yeah. And considering one of the videos I want to make is about horror and its use in video games, I think this will kind of do well to feed into that video. So, yeah. We'll wait until the ads are over before we actually get into it. I'm real excited for it, though. Graphics are ultra, of course. Full screen, of course. Sensitivity, I mean, I don't know. So, we'll turn it up. Keep streamer mode on. I don't... Oh. I know why. I know why streamer mode's on. Yeah. I think it's because otherwise they, like, show details from the computer. Characters in this are adorable, but can't wait for that to be ruined for me. I know, right? I know. I watched the trailer to it just before as well, and oh my god, was it good? Yeah. Rather interesting setting. I'm noticing something about all of these horror games that are coming out, like this, Giggleland, Amanda the Adventurer, Poppy's Playtime, all of that. They are all based around things that we would, like, something that we would have experienced, like somewhere we would have gone as a kid for fun and entertainment. You know? Kind of leak your tax ID? Go for it. My tax ID is negative 289,000. Yep. No, not the government taking away some of my pay. Elliot, orange cat with purple attire is so silly. Yes. Yes. Honestly, Elliot gives me Garfield, Felix the Cat vibes. You know? Very Felix the Catty. What up, Jack? How are you? So I will be doing game dev after we play this demo. I wanted to experience this before I start making one of my YouTube videos. I don't think at this point in time I can make the video that I wanted to on YouTube, because part of the main topic.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. The main topic of the video that I was working on is brutalist architecture, and I don't think I am good enough at this point in time to make an entertaining video on brutalist architecture. So I might do some videos with some easier entertainment value, you know. Anyway, Giggleland. Let's see what this is about. In part because as we come in, I think that most of these settings are intrinsically spooky, but for a different reason than why they should be for kids. Yeah. Okay. In part because as we were coming up with technology, it wasn't advanced enough to not be uncanny. That's true. If the characters get tortured or something, I will cry for it.
Welcome, little farmer. Farmer Terry is in dire need of your help. You need to restore the farm to its former glory. It's important that all life on the farm is protected, from animals to plants to the children who visit. We care greatly for you all. On the farm, there are rules you must follow.
There's rules? Well, I guess we can't have fun without being safe.
That's right. Let's make everyone happy now, shall we?
I think we can do that.
I want to interact with the diorama. This is already creeping me out. It'll be interesting to see how the mechanics translate on a Linux machine. You know?
Children are at their best when they're happy. It is our duty to provide them with the best things in life, after all. Besides, children best behave when they have something they truly like.
What do kids like? I know I like something sweet.
Oh, the moon has a face. Okay, so we need to put something in there. I need to find the sugar jar. I don't think it was the gas that I found before. I can't enter there. Okay. Was it this? I don't know. No. You're not the sugar jar. You just got a speaker in there. Okay. In your oil. You're not sugar. Is there somewhere else I'm supposed to get sugar? Giggle chips? Is that... Where's the thing that I'm supposed to put it in? Alright, I guess we're going exploring. I don't like this. What are you? You're a milk boy. What the hell? Terrific treats. Alright. Where am I supposed to put it? This game already has me confused. I take it I can't go this way. Alright, so I'm going to head over that way, see if I can find something over there. Looks like we're looking for a blue pipe. Oh, hello. I see something. No, I can't get through there yet. There's a tin over there, though. What do we have out here? Okay, sheep are herd animals. They always travel in a group. Sheep travel together to bond and communicate, share their food, water sources, protect each other from unknown dangers. Pole-hoying rump. Fair enough. This barn is arranged to keep the sheep close to each other at all times. Farmer Terry doesn't want the sheep to feel lonely. Even when Shay feels like the black sheep of the group, his herd would never leave him. Did you know? Sheep can experience complex emotions just like humans. Sheep can feel a wide range of emotions from sadness to happiness, pessimism to optimism, and even boredom and empathy. What are you? You're wool. I don't need wool. I need sugar. You're lard. You're a health kit. God damn, where's the sugar? Where's the sugar? No, you're lard. The sheep look adorable. There's something back here. Nope. Nothing around there. Hello, Intrex. Rude. Damn right, gamer. You know it. I'm the rudest rude to ever rude. Where is the sugar? Ah, in here looks like somewhere there'll be sugar. Hello. I gotta put it in there. Okay. Okay, here we are.
Sugar!
I was craving something sweet.
You cannot eat the sugar, but you are permitted to purchase one of Farmer Terry's candy apples from the gift shop instead.
So, sugar. Let's go! This place is very creepy. I'm proud to tell you, a digital tech father of mine, that I have finished VPCs. However, I don't remember jack shit. Yeah. You'll get that feeling.
Farm equipment works best when it works just right. It is our duty to make sure nothing breaks down, after all. Besides, the equipment works best when it can power on even in the darkest of nights.
Isn't it dangerous to do farm work at night?
Yes, it is. That is correct. Okay. Find a jar that will make farm equipment run. It's... Why the hell are you falling over? That slide was fun. But if it's hot, you don't have a choice. That's true. I shouldn't be concerned, right? And just move on. That's true. You shouldn't be. Obviously, you'll need to revise stuff as you go. Okay. So we know where Elliot is. This is stuff about chickens. Did you know chickens and hens have over 30 unique sounds they can make when talking to each other? They can use these sounds to tell other chickens and hens when food is nearby, if danger is nearby, and more. These birds know that communication is key. Time out. My heart doesn't need this stress. Back to studying. Thanks for the lurking tricks. Let's see. Camera up there that's following me. That camera's following me. I'm not sure if I feel comfortable with that. Hello, ghost. How are you? Pretty sure there was a rope across here before. Nope. I'm good, ghost. How are you? This game gives me the heebie-jeebies. Keeping this. Elliot, please don't go crazy. I think Elliot's already gone crazy. Okay, so that's nails. Hey, look, it's oil. What was that? What was that? Who is where and why? Interact with the diorama. I don't know why. Okay. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Man streams himself on camera for hours a day. Uncomfortable with the camera. I'm not uncomfortable with the camera. I'm uncomfortable with their camera.
Animals are at their best when they're taken care of. It is our duty to keep the animals from getting out, after all. Besides, animals will never leave if you give them something that makes them so happy.
Oh, I would hate for an animal to get loose on our water.
Take care of those animals. Feed the animals. That's gonna be... It's gonna be our wheat. It's gonna be this one that I dropped over here. Oh, thank God. Oh. Those things scared the crap out of me until I realized they were just drawings. Now, what's this? He holds the child's hand and brings him to the sleepy garden. Uncle, where are we going? He struck the disobedient claws that aimed to stop his fate. I have done wrong, and I must atone. What the fuck? What? What's... Oh damn, there's more of them. What? Why? I dislike them. I dislike them. That's... Just ignore them. Ignore them. They're not there. Oh, I've got to go this way. This way. Dislike you. Where am I going to feed them? Why are you knocked over? Why are you broken? When did that happen? I swear these drawings weren't here originally. I swear that these creepy ass things were not originally here. Oh, the chickens. Yep. Of course, the chickens. I do not remember those things being there originally. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered all of these creepy ass alien Slenderman type things looking at us. Where am I feeding? Feed the animal. Which animal? We got chickens. We got sheep. We got a carrot with a face. Maybe. Oh. What? That definitely wasn't there before. That definitely wasn't there before. Is it wheat?
Incorrect. You'll make the animals run away.
We can't have them run away. We need to give them something they'll like.
It's wheat. Do they not like wheat? Like hay type stuff. Like what? What? You want me to give it eggs? Maybe I've got to go get the thing with the pig on it. Maybe that wasn't lard. Maybe that was pig feed. I just assumed it was lard because that pig on it. And, you know, the symbol has usually been its contents. That's wool.
You have obtained animal food.
Okay, there we go.
Please do not ingest this food. It's not allowed for humans.
I'm a cat, and even
I know it doesn't
taste good.
I don't trust them. It just feels weird. It's a cute little game. It's so cute. I'm concerned about what's in that. It's only going to get weirder. I have a feeling that's correct. I have a feeling this is going to get very, very weird very, very fast. What is it now? The pig's gone. Oh, it's happy. It got its feed.
The crops are at their worst when the weeds begin to grow. We cannot let the weeds taint our succulent harvests, after all. Besides, if the weeds are removed from the garden, all life will be safe from harm.
What the hell? They're doing a... What? Okay, yep. This definitely isn't right. Okay. Okay. What does it say now? He holds up his hands and prepares for the final act. You are going to the forest and will awaken anew. Okay. Okay. Yep. Sure thing. I'm not worried about the police. I'd be fine if the police showed up here. My God. I need to find the pesticide. You're not the pesticide. I hate these things on the wall. That's where I need to put it. This isn't the pesticide. Just a plant.
This isn't gonna remove the weeds from the garden. That's not gonna work at all.
Where is it? Can I go back out here? No. Okay, so the pesticide is somewhere out here. Oh, there it is. I can get through this fence now. Your name in this game is Tolly. We'll go looking for a dad. So if someone says Tolly in the game, you know. Okay. There it is. There it is. I hate all these things. I hate them all. Now what's the next thing? What? What has happened? I want to go home. I do not want to be here right now. The child breathes his last. The flowers begin to bloom. I know your faith, but now I know that you fear God. What the? At least the carrot is happy. Oh, great. The door shut behind me. Find the secret staff exit. Nope, 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 nope. I agree, gamer. I agree. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Why is that now open? The fact that this is now open should be a clear indication to just run and hide. Right? Wait a minute, something's wrong? I know. Don't worry. We'll keep you safe. We've got our eyes on you. Please don't. Play together. Friends who play together stay together. Lone players get extra attention.
How the heck are we supposed to get up there?
We don't.
Unauthorized entry detected. Please evacuate immediately.
Sure thing. I will happily get the frick out of here. Doesn't seem like a kid would jump off that.
You really can't turn back now.
Now we're Batman. Can't stop smiling. That's... Did you just check the smiling person's grammar, Hypno? No. Oh, I was checking what it was written in. Alright. Alright. What the hell? It wears my skin. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that sounds lovely. Is it too late to go back? Hello, Squibby. It was written in ketchup. Oh no. Did you do that, chat? Did you do that? You have some very sad news that will require a funeral. What? What news do you have, Squibby? If I say yes, will you feel better? Yes. Yes, I will. Welcome? Is this where the game starts? Oh, welcome home. No. 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 My B580 is too buggy on Linux. Oh, great. And there's my name. A B580 is too buggy on Linux, and I'll need to go back to Windows for the time being. Oh, that is very sad news. That is super sad. You have my condolences.
I'm always watching you.
Please don't. You sure that doesn't say to lie? And now that's shits. This is gonna be because it's not in documents. It doesn't exist here. So I assume it's gonna be under Steam. And we'll need to find the app. My God, what was it? I'm gonna have to find it. Steam apps, that's right. Common. Man. Where is it? This is the problem with this game now, is it doesn't save it in the correct spot. So, you know. Where did it save it? Where did it save it? Sudo find. What up, Jordston, Munglo? How are you? There it is. Okay, so compat data 3659. This one. PFX, drive C, users, Steam user, documents, Giggleland, screenshots. Here we are. This is where it stores it on Linux. Yeah. So, just open it in Firefox. Wrong one, but that's all right. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. That was from up there. Okay. 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 I'm just here to find command, locate simple for me. Oh, that wasn't a command. I was looking for a folder. That's all. The immersion is real. Is this a horror game? Yes. Yes, it is.
This place looks pretty boring.
I had another conversation with Terry. It always goes like this. I give him a script, he rewrites it to be horrific, I try to change it, and he rejects my version. His stories have gotten worse. The kids can't keep watching this. It's not good for them. We always have this talk, but this time was different. He said our talks make him feel like he's a father telling his son to eat his vegetables. He put his hand on my shoulder and told me he's not torturing me, but helping me. He made this joke about how I need to grow big and strong soon to help him out. I didn't understand what he meant. He told me something great will happen soon, something that will need my help. He tightened his grip for a moment, then left. What was he trying to do?
I hope you don't grow up to become a boring adult with a boring office job.
So you hope I don't grow up. That's what I heard. I know I need to get my comfort bowl of grapes. I think I'm out of grapes. I'm saying I'm not used to find. I use locate because I never read how to use find. Ah, fair enough. I resemble that remark. Rude game. Rude. I know, right? So rude. Please stop closing doors behind me. Terry came to my desk today and told me a story. He said it was a story from his childhood. I forgot this man was a child once, an innocent young boy who could probably do no wrong. The story was about a young farmer trying to feed his animals. When the animals were plump, they'd be slaughtered and shared with the small village nearby. However, the grass was dry and no amount of water could grow food for the animals. The animals were thin and died within days. The villagers began to starve, and some would not make it through the nights. The farmer thought for a long time and realized there was something he could give. He went to the village and gave the leader his sickle. He asked to be cut open so his meat could feed the villagers and his blood to seep into his crops. The villagers cut him open and ate his remains. What? With his blood, they poured it onto his crops. Within days, the crops began to bloom and produce fruit and vegetables. I never heard a children's story like that. I asked him where he learned it, but he wouldn't answer. He told me that wasn't important, but the lesson was what truly mattered. A lesson he was preparing to enact. A lesson where one person's selflessness will bring joy to the rest. It sounds like you need to call the police, dude. Oh, it sounds...
Tasty.
Need to call the police. Come on. Propane? Why is there propane out there? Oh, great. Do I have to go back to the green? Okay, cool. Are those screenshots intentional? That is the game. The game is taking those screenshots. But as you can tell, it's not of my screen. It is from the perspective of whatever it is following me. So, yeah. That's always fun. Spooky? Yep.
Oh,
Just a little bit.
I think we're getting closer. Oh, we're almost there.
Almost where? I need to find him. I have to get him out of here. I think I can sneak him through the front later tonight. But where would he go after that? He can't stay in the woods by himself. How do I get him out of here? After the runners come back, I can take a car. I'll drive him to town. Maybe we could take him to the police. His mother has to be looking for him, right? I don't know what his last name is. Maybe they'll just know by a wanted poster or something. Terry's coming. I need to find Isaac. Who is Isaac? What happens if I just keep looking? I need to escape now? What? Nice try. I'm on Linux. That was scary though, because that did have the programs that I'm running up. Rather interesting. Where am I? Yet another benefit of running Linux. You can't fool me into thinking that my system's being shut down. Okay. Classified research report. Cognitive behavioral analysis. Interactive media exposure study. Restricted access. Dr. Sarah Someone. Kids Media Workshop Research Department. Observation period 1 to 7 days. Subject displaying new behaviors after playing the game for approximately 7 days. Subject believes Elliot is trying to talk to them through unusual ways. As reported on day 2, subject described odd visual glitches within the game. Good thing I label all my sus programs as not a sus program. When a member of the team told them they could go to the park, subject is not shown intense motion experience. Outcome is desirable. Team to report their findings. Pending senior oversight. I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm gonna have to go down, aren't I? Jesus Christ. Way to land. Okay. Stretched your arms out. You could have grabbed that.
Wow, I wonder who lives here.
I don't. I'd like to go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, totally is us. Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. All right. All right. Very nice. Very good. That was interesting. That's why is my stream title that? Oh well, that kind of works. Let's take that. Gonna change this. Yeah, apparently my stream title didn't work. Anyway. Time to dev. Actually, that was interesting. That's gonna be a real fun game when the full game releases. Ah, that's gonna be fun. How many packing peanuts consumed is an unhealthy amount? Any amount. Any amount is an unhealthy amount. Okay, let's do that. And now we go into here and we change this to software and game development. That was very interesting. I like that game. I like that game. Let's get some lo-fi music going here. Let's, you know. That was a game. That was not one that I'm interested in. Really reliving immediately. I don't really want to relive that too quickly. Oh god. Just really endowed food. Alright. Let's update these titles here. What are we doing? There we go. There we go. I was expecting that to take a little bit longer, but 50 minutes for a demo. Not bad, not bad. Snoop with Glock. I was actually just eating characters from the show Peanuts. They were packing alright. I do not want to know. Oh god. That was... It gave me vibes of that, the Greys game. That's what we were up to. Scanning game products. Alright. I might need to start setting up character behavior trees. Well, NPC behavior trees. So, why are kids being exposed to propane when they get in there? I know, right? I know. So I don't want behave. I don't want a package or anything. I want to learn how to do a behavior tree. I want to actually learn how to do it. Behavior trees are like decision trees for AI characters. They break down complex behaviors into smaller and manageable tasks called nodes. Each node performs arbitrary logic and returns a status, which can be used by its parent node to make some sort of decision, move to some next node, or exit. Let's have a conceptual look at what we're trying to achieve. So you've got the root node, which would be just like the top of the behavior tree. A sequence, which has an action, a selector 1, and an action 2. And selector 1 has selector 2, action 5, and action 6. And selector 2 has action 3 and action 4. Behavior trees, in behavior trees, each node performs some action and propagates the result upward. For example, result of action 3 node will be sent to action 2 node, which will do some action with it. It might move to the next node or propagate the status to selector 1. We'll divide nodes of our behavior tree into the following categories. Composite, nodes that operate one or more child nodes, so that's the selector. Decorators, nodes that operate only one child node. Okay, so and a leaf, our action nodes. These nodes will perform the game logic. All right. Technically it's all game logic, but I get where they're going with it. Oh, actually. Oh, behavior. That's much better. That's much better. Just a little Austin Powers reference in here. Both of them are technically GoldenEye-y sort of references, but you know. Can we start a political movement, Hypno? For what? Oops. What would the political movement be? To get groovy. To get Intel drivers equally supported on Linux. What do you mean by Intel drivers? GPU by B580 drivers specifically. So GPU drivers. No. That is not what a political movement is for. That is what that's what customers should be telling Intel to do. Intel drivers are supported enough. They're good for Ethernet, and that's it. Or was it sound? The fact you don't know Jordster means they probably aren't supported enough. We do have ads coming in. Let's get these words up. I'm going to BRB quickly during these ads. So let's play some words. I'll turn on the autopilot here. I'm gonna get myself some more water and stuff, and I will be back momentarily. BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, it was a network controller. My board has Intel Wi-Fi 6. Yuck. Intel Wi-Fi. Intel siphoning your Wi-Fi, no, you know. What is... There we are, comma. What? I'm struggling to figure out the large word. Command! Oh, of course. Of course, command. How could we miss command? Camo? Nah. Camo don't work. Could do... Oh yeah, coma. Yep.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Adds a robot. Woot! Well, at least we beat it. That's the main thing. We won. Alright, pause that. Okay, back to this. I'll put it in here so that way I don't have stuff behind me. So behavior trees, let's see. Each node will have its execution status presented by an enum: running, success, and error. Okay, yep. What kind of composite nodes are needed for behavior trees? A sequence. For the node to return a successful status, every child node should have a successful status. If one of the child nodes returns an error, then sequence also returns an error. Okay. So if all three of the, or if any of these three return an error, this errors. This returns an error to root. Okay. Selector, if any of its child nodes return successful status, then it returns successful status. A potato, exactly. Shite, I can't type. Random selector. As the name suggests, selects random child node and evaluates its result until one of them succeeds. We will not cover them in this tutorial, so I advise not to try to create it by yourself. What benefit would that have? Would that be used to add some like randomization? So also, if it appears I stopped lurking, my internet keeps on disconnecting and reconnecting, so it stops the stream a lot. Sorry. That's all good, Intrex. No worries. My internet does the same thing, being Australian. So, it's all good. It's all good. I'm trying to figure out how you would fit a random in here. If we put a random in here, I assume, like, let's say this one was random. I assume it would pick this one. Like, so let's say it picks this one, it returns a failure. Picks this one, returns failure. Picks this one, returns true. Why? Would it just keep running until, like, in the same loop? Or would it be that, like, because that could cause it to just hang for a while. Genuinely wish I could help. Or would it be that it picks one at random, that returns an error, so this returns an error, and then the next time it comes through, it picks one at random, and it just keeps picking one at random? Because it says that it keeps... says that it evaluates a result until one of them succeeds. Why are you doing this though? I'm learning behavior trees because I want to build a behavior tree for my NPCs. For my NPCs and for my bobbleheads. So, for example, my random selector... No, that wouldn't be a random selector. Like, I could have a behavior tree for a bobble. Or for my bobbles. And that has, like, something that gets checked every time through. And there's, like, a 1 in 100 chance or something. Or, like, a 1 in X chance based on how many bobbles you've got in your store. So if you have one bobble in your store, it's like a 1 in 10 chance that that bobblehead comes to life. Or like a 1 in 50 chance that that bobblehead comes to life. If you have 10 bobbles, then each bobble has like a 1 in 200 chance of coming to life, sort of thing. So that way, like, the more bobbles you have, the less likely it is for any one of them to become conscious. But because you have more of them, there's more of them that could potentially hit that come to life. I'm not sure if I would do that in the behavior tree though, or if I just keep it how I have it set up at the moment, where when the bobble is spawned, then it has, like, then it chooses at that point if it's going to be a bobble that becomes conscious and creates a random timer for how long until that bobble becomes conscious. Let's see. What kind of decorators are needed for behavior trees? A negator, negates the status of its child node. For example, if child node returns success, will return error, vice versa. A successor will result in success even if child node returns an error status. Okay. A repeater repeats evaluation of its child node regardless of its status. This will be our root node. And repeat until fail repeats evaluation until child node fails. What instance would that be? So you could use a repeater and a repeat until fail for something like a stunned status, for example. So you know, if a character's stunned, then the repeat until fail checks to go, are you stunned? Are you immobilized? Are you entangled? Are you frozen? All that kind of stuff. And if any one of those are true, that fails. Or if any one of those are true, it returns an error, which would then go into a negator, which will return succeed. And then, yeah, you just do it that way sort of thing. Okay, so I can see the use of those. Adding shared context between our nodes, it is useful to share data between action nodes. So our behavior trees will have a shared context, okay? This context could be used to pass around data between nodes. For example, we'll have a find target node, which will search for a target. If it found one, it will write it into the shared context. Okay. Feels kind of inefficient, to be honest. To a point. So that would be the first node that runs. And if that returns an error, then it wouldn't run any of the other nodes that actually execute the logic. Like actually execute, should it attack, is it moving, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it allows you, by doing it this way, like this is used for, like, if you're going to have a ton of different states and whatnot. Oh, what up, Dr. Fishborg? Welcome back in. How are you doing? As I read this, I could make the decision, I don't have enough states in my characters for this to be worth it. You know? But we'll have to wait and see. It'll write in shared context, which later will be used by our move to target node. Okay. That was a good 5 hours of sleep. 6 hours. Thank you very much. 6 hours and 15 minutes. Get it right. I should also note that you should probably use context as custom class to not lose performance. Yeah. And have static typing. You can also use mutexes in custom classes to avoid parallel writes and avoid race conditions. Smart. Let's implement our base behavior node. Okay, so you have the behavior node. Running successor error. We evaluate, return status. Not implemented, evaluates in BT. Then status error. Quite simple, it contains an enum with a status and evaluate method that gets context dictionary and returns status. Now we'll create our root node, our root or repeater node. So we have the repeater node, which exports the behavior tree node. Evaluate the context dictionary, behavior node status. Node evaluate context. Return behavior node status running. As you can see, it just gets some behavior node and runs it indefinitely. Is it running indefinitely though? Because when it returns, you're returning out. What am I missing there? As you can see, it just gets some behavior node and runs it indefinitely. But it doesn't run it indefinitely. You can customize the repeater node to add some sort of limit. For example, it will reevaluate its node a certain amount of times if it gets an error. So you can think of it something like retry logic. With this two classes created, we can write our behavior tree. Alright, so you have your root repeater node, a context dictionary, and a process. So it runs every frame, okay. Running every frame is interesting. What up, King? How are you doing? Welcome in. We're just learning about behavior trees tonight. See if we're going to use them for our game or not. We'll just call evaluate on the root node every frame. It is not required to run at each frame, but for this tutorial's use case, it works fine. When we will create our sequence node, it will be ready to create game logic with. Our sequence node will look like this. So you evaluate. If the length of nodes is 0, then you reset the state. Behavior node status success. So you got the behavior tree node, which gets the current node. I dislike that naming. That should be current index, not current node, because current node, I assume, would be assigned a node. It would be of type node. Result, behavior tree status, BT node, evaluate context. Okay, so we're just evaluating this current node that we're doing. The result is error. Then we reset state and we return an error. Result, behavior tree node status success. And if the current node is length of nodes -1, then we reset state and return success. And we increase current node by 1. Otherwise, we return running. I decided to reset state of the node when it receives finishing status. But it's up to you to decide if this behavior is something you like. I believe this use case works fine, and you can do very complex logic with it. Okay. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Doctor. How are you doing? Still waking up, so a bit sleepy. How about you? I'm good, King. I'm doing good. We played the demo for Giggleland, and that game's a bit creepy. It took screenshots while I was playing on its own, and the screenshots were of something somewhere else in the game watching me. So the screenshots are like from behind my character. It was a little bit weird, a little bit creepy, just a tiny bit, just a teeny weeny bit, you know. It's a really cool concept. I think so too, and I think doing stuff like that could also be used in sort of like a puzzle game as well. So I know Outer Wilds had that quantum puzzle where I had to take a photo of something And you had to like look at the photo in order to stop it from moving. So you could probably do something similar with that, where like you use that functionality to like, or like you use that functionality to take a print screen of like where you were. And if you took a print screen, like, yeah, edit this screenshot to make a bridge, you could try something like that too. That's the thing though, like any of that stuff where it's the player that's interacting with it or taking a photo, you can just have that as the something the player interacts with. You can have it as like a menu option or something like that. It doesn't need to be a screenshot that's taken. But yeah, so with that, it would need to be like a security camera or something. Something that's not your perspective. Security camera or another character, stuff like that. Indeed a little creepy, but cool concept, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How to create action nodes for behavior trees. We now have one composite node, one decorator, behavior tree, and we can start adding some of our action nodes. In this tutorial, we'll make our AI walk towards target and try to attack the target. I always found Scribblenauts a really cool game. The fact you can type almost anything and interact with the game can solve puzzles. Yeah, that is a really good concept. Very difficult to implement. So this has target CTX name, string name target. So that's looking to get it. Okay, so they have hard coded this. Target node is null, returns error. Context is the target name. I dislike that. I would want that to be like get target in group or something like that. Let me comb this for you, Cooler. What up, Icarus? The way I would do this, I wouldn't do it as a get node. I would instead set it up so that here is a constant value that comes from a standard file sort of thing, like a constant auto load. And it is like it's the name of a group. You know, so if it's the NPC trying to find the player, then yeah, you'd have it find that group and get the node from that. Yeah, and if the player is not in that specific group, so like the player hasn't entered that area that these NPCs are defending or something, then they don't find them and they don't attack. Drink thy water has been drank. Or I wouldn't even have it do this. I wouldn't even have it look for a node. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? I wouldn't even have it do this. I wouldn't have it do a get node. I would have this logic. If you want to find a target, I would have it do like a look, like a site, like an area or a raycast or multiple raycasts in like towards the player when the player enters the area or something, and then be like, yep, they've seen the player, sort of thing, or no, they haven't seen the player. Right? Cause yeah, why would you do that? Why would you do that? As you can see, it just gets a node with name target and signs it inside context. Now with the target set, we can create our next action node called move to target. So a behavior tree affects all NPC or can make multiple behavior trees for different groups of NPCs.
Must sleep on time.
Have a college appointment tomorrow. Fair enough, Icarus. You get sleep. Get sleep for your future.
Good night.
Good night, you get on. Behavior tree affects all NPCs. No, so each NPC would have its own behavior tree. So this logic here would be stuff you would put into your NPCs. So you would have your NPCs patrolling. You would have throughout the checks that the behavior tree does. If it hears the player, or if it hears something that the player has thrown, stuff like that, then it goes, oh, yep, I've heard something. And if they've heard something, but they haven't seen anything, they go into an alert state, for example. Or if they've seen the player, it goes into a fight state, sort of thing. Did you know you can actually connect Ethernet with your phone hotspot to your laptop? Yes. Yes, I did. I just found that out. Gosh darn it. All right, we defined constants. We defined as constants name of our variables inside context. So you would have one tree for the customers, one for the bobbleheads that come alive, one for the shady merchant dude. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, that's what I'd have if I do behavior trees. That is correct, Doctor. Can you create a stream reward that starts with a medieval trumpet fanfare, and then has you screaming at the top of your lungs, drink your water? Probably not. That would require some sort of recording of me screaming at the top of my lungs, drink your water. Which does not exist as far as I'm aware. Not on my internet, at least. Is it Tangia? No. What's Tangia's website? .co. Jesus Christ. I'm already connected through Twitch, so... About time. Jesus Christ. Let's have a look. Have a look. Trumpet. No. Damn it. Damn it. I was hoping there'd be something, but there isn't. There's not. Time to clip and bass boost to drink your water. Honestly, with how much recording there is of me on the internet after 1 year, you could probably create a very, very good AI of my voice and just create that yourself. There's like, after a year, there's like almost 4,000 hours of my voice on the internet. You can easily create that. Don't give people ideas. I don't need to. This is a very common thing. There's products out there that mimic the voice of popular streamers. Like, it's not a new thing.
Sounds like someone wants very expensive hydrate redeem.
By creating convincing enough sound bit of that, could I share that with you and have you implement it? No. Probably try and grab some anime character ones. Fair. We definitely has Constance name. There. Yep. Well, a way to try to move our context constant somewhere more reasonable, so it would be easier to refactor if changes will occur later on. Won't be going too complex with movement logic. It will just be movement towards target using simple vector math, but it should be quite easy to put pathfinding algorithm here. So now your move to our move to target. No. This is bad. This is bad. This is terrible. You know why this is bad? You know why having movement logic inside this part of the state machine is bad? Because they're evaluating at every frame. Not every physics frame. Which means if they have frame drop, their movement is impacted. Yuck. Yuck. You know you like a voice actor when you're happy you recognize their screams as background character. Watched Solo Leveling a bit ago. Heard Tokyo Ghoul voice actor scream in the background, then got excited thinking he was the MC. Was at start, barely paying attention because I was debating swapping to dub mid-release. Interesting. With that done, let's test it out. Create our first enemy scene, which looks like the following. Behavior tree, repeat a node. Find target, move target. It's a very simple behavior tree. Sets up all this stuff. Sets up the negator. So now they've got their repeater, selector, attack target sequence, find target, move to target, attack target. So it does find target. Once it's moved to the target, once it's found the target, it starts moving to the target. Once it's moved to the target, it attacks the target. Repeat until fail. Patrol sequence, negator, find target. So if this node here returns true, if this returns success, this returns error, and that breaks and this fails. So it stops patrolling, and this one goes, all right, cool. That returned error, so it returned success, which means we go into here and we do this. Yeah. Okay. I see how they're doing it. I see what their plan is. Do I need a behavior tree? That is the question we need to answer. I'm gonna tell you I'm completely lost. Why? Why are you lost? In another anime, he voiced a few lines in a movie in the anime. Dang, sites didn't credit proper because dubs. Hi, completely lost. I'm Dad. Ha 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 ha. Beat you to it, Jordster. I want people's opinions, not thesis opinions and tutorial opinions. Combining decision trees and state machines, yep. I'm using AI for this type of question. Where are the pros and cons of each solution, etc. Helps me clear out stuff. I want to look for the things that the AI probably isn't going to spit out. It's too early. I understand the concept of what a behavior tree is, but everything out implementing it went over my head. It's essentially you just have instead of having states, you have actions. So as long as your sequence checks and stuff like that are passing, then an action will be triggered. So in the example we saw, if it hasn't found a target, it patrols. And then it looks for a target. And then it goes back through, and if it found a target, then it stops patrolling, it breaks out, and then it moves towards the target. And then it doesn't patrol until it no longer has a target. And then it keeps checking to see if it should patrol, but then it would go into, like, once it's finished moving to the target, the sequencer would move on to the next node, the next action, which would be attack target. So it's just setting things out like that. So yeah, by definition, finite state machine has only one entry point. Behavior trees can have multiple inputs. A tree is a graph, but a graph is not a tree. A tree is a acyclic graph where leaves never have multiple parents. So in this regard, the tree is better suited for the FSM. I'll imagine this type of simulation is outside the scope of the Android API. Yep. Behavior tree and decision trees are two different things. Behavior trees are goal-oriented and reactive. Decision trees are a great tool for the specification and decisions based on the utility of an action of a given state. Mainly in first approach, the execution is more stateful. Okay, and in the latter, more stateless. I'm wondering. Because what do I need my NPCs to do? NPCs, they will walk to store. They will browse bobbles. And I think this is where a behavior tree sort of thing comes into it. So if I have a browse bobbles state, what I can do is inside the browse bobbles, I can set a timer, and once that time is expired, we can have the state for browse bobbles either grab something off the shelf or move to another shelf or leave the store. Completely up to them. So that would be after X time, move to another shelf. Actually, after X time, move to another shelf to browse. Grab item off shelf. And or move to another shelf to browse. Or actually grab another item off shelf, move to another shelf to browse, or move to register to pay. Browse shelf. Then move to another shelf to browse, or leave the store. So those are sort of the things that would happen. You know, so that kind of becomes a behavior tree sort of functionality where you have the player, or you have the NPC walk into the store. It goes, I'm going to browse a shelf. It goes up to a shelf, stands there and browse. It makes a decision after a certain amount of time of if it's going to buy, like take something off the shelf to buy, or if it's going to move to another shelf, or if it's going to leave the store. Yeah. And then if it chooses to grab something off the shelf, then it goes, all right, I'm taking this thing off the shelf. Now that I've grabbed this thing off the shelf, am I moving to another shelf or am I going to the register to pay? You know, so that's where you have sort of that behavior tree logic sort of thing. You can fit that into a state machine. I'm just listing it out so that I can get an idea of, is this big enough to warrant the implementation of a behavior tree? Or if I should just stick to a state machine because there's not that much to it. There's not that complicated to be a behavior tree. Can you make the chance to pick up item or move to a new shelf be a percentage? Yeah. Yeah. But like to do that, all you need to do, so if you want it to be like a 40% chance that they take something off the shelf, then your check would just be if rand f is less than or equal to 0.4, like 0.4. If it is, then proceed to do that. And that gives you your 40% chance sort of thing. Yeah. Walk to store. Enter store if store is open. Walk past store if store is closed. And then you can have stand in checkout queue. Move forward as customers. Sorry, move forward in queue as customers purchases are completed. Place items on counter when at front of queue. After all items scanned, hand player cash card. Once correct change is provided, after all items scanned, hand player cash. After correct change is provided, take bag and leave. What up, Atticus? Good morning, Fluffy. Good morning, Atticus. We're just figuring out some state machine behavior tree stuff. So, never done a behavior tree. I don't think I need a behavior tree, to be honest. My tummy was not okay, so I got to catch the second stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, not that your tummy wasn't feeling good, but yay that you're here. I'm making a kangaroo stir fry tomorrow when my groceries get here. Well, stir fry might be a bit of a stretch. A kangaroo pasta bake. So it's like a normal pasta bake. You have your pasta bake, your pasta, your sauce, your cheese, your veggies, you know? And then instead of putting mince or chicken through it, put kangaroo in it. Yes, I eat kangaroo. What? Of course, kangaroo. Jeez. Look how many kangaroo products we have. All right. I've got this stuff coming. So like some diced kangaroo. So I could just like put that in and like cook it. It's good. It is very good. It's a very, like, as you can see, it is a very lean meat. Very lean meat. Like there is zero fat on all of this. Like, there is no fat in that. None whatsoever. But yeah, it's just lean meat. Like, really lean meat. Really lean, healthy meat. Kind of like rabbit. Not quite, no. It's similar in terms of like lean, like how lean it is, but yeah, it tastes real different. I'm not sure, like I've never had anything like it myself. I haven't heard it compared to anything either. Like, yeah. Hand player card. After correct amount entered and checkout and purchase complete. Actually, hand player card. After all items scanned. When purchase completed, take bag and leave. That sort of thing. So far, the strangest one was cow tongue tacos. Yeah, that would be weird. That would be weird. I think it caught us off guard because kangaroo seems like an animal you would protect, like elephants. But for you, it's just like deer for us. So we were talking about this earlier today. Australia has 28 million people. There are 35 million kangaroos estimated in Australia. They do not need protection. They are actually more of a pest when it comes to farms. So, you know. It's, yeah. Don't get me wrong, Australia has deer as well. Like, we have deers. Whitetail deers. Which feels weird to say because we have whitetail spiders as well. And they're poisonous. So, the one thing I know about Australia history is the fake emu wars. That's fake news. There was no Great Emu War. We need to bury that. Oh my god, where is this hair coming from? There we go. There we go. We fixed that. Kangaroo and deer. Exactly. Kangaroo and deer. It's a great combination, to be honest. I've just been eating some hair pie, probably. What? You're telling me that the emu wars were fake this whole time? Well, sure. That's what I'm going with. That is what I'm going with. When purchase completed, take bag and leave. Walk to exit point. Walk to exit point and exit target and despawn. So with this, there's another thing I need to add in here that I've forgotten. Get scared at any time. Interrupt current state and flee. So this here, this is probably why I would have a behavior tree, is specifically for this. This one here. So if I have it as a state machine, I would need to have during the browse period, like during this logic and this logic, I would need to have an interrupt. Something that interrupts the state, changes them into a stared state, causes them to drop their things and run out of the store. Doing that with a state machine is possible, but it's more frustrating because I would need common logic. So I would need like a method or a signal that's registered for them to be checked every process for all of these. And if that function returns true, it changes it into this state. Drop items. Run out of store. If I do it as a behavior tree, then this can just be one of the checks. Like one of the not repeat until fail, but just a what was the node type they called it? What was the node type? There was not a sequence, a selector. If any of its child nodes returns successful status, then it returns successful status. So it would probably be an action. Sequencer selector, someone wanting behavior trees. I'm trying to decide if I should implement a behavior tree for my game or if I should just leave it as a state machine. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Arya. Welcome in, by the way. How are you? As you can see here, this would be our NPC's general flow. Can I say something on that? Yes, you can. Go for it. If you have info, let me know. When you have that questions, that means you don't need it. But the thing is, Arya, the reason why I have the question is because I've never used a behavior tree before, and I don't know the details of a behavior tree. So I need to research behavior trees, understand why they're used and how they're used, and then decide if I need it. Because otherwise I'm making the decision based on the fact that I've used state machines and nothing else. So I need to research a behavior tree before I say that I don't need a behavior tree, you know? That's the part we're doing at the moment. We're researching a behavior tree, going through what our NPC would do in a general cycle, and decide if what we know about behavior trees would apply. You know, we do have ads coming in though, so I'm going to throw up words quickly, and we will continue that discussion, Arya, after the ads, so that people don't miss out on anything at all. That's what I think. Because it's an important topic. I'd like to know more too. And we will do that in a moment. Let's see. Going to be working on autonomous agents, and that might come into play. Yeah. Nice work, iour. Someone's been having their brain stuff. Calm down, Attica. You gotta wait until your padlock is gone. You got a little padlock there. You need to wait until it's gone. Acre. Nice. Very nice. Nice. Nicely done. I had to put in arch. You know. Back from ad. Welcome back. There's still a minute 34 to go, so we'll do one more round. One more round. There we go. Now I had 12 points. You're just great at guessing, you know? Words is having an issue. Words is broken. Clinic. That's actually... Oh, you've just given me the big word there. What is wrong with this? That's it, Atticus. I don't want big words. Sure you do. Yeah, words is a bit delayed by the looks of things.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Woot! Unfortunately, we have bad words. That was BS, words. That was BS. You cheated, words. Words on stream, you cheated. To hell with words on stream. It cheated. Okay, so for our NPCs, we would have NPCs walking to the store. Right. Back to what I had typed. So will you let your NPC decide what they will do? Or you will do? So I need my NPCs to decide what's happening. So we have the NPC walk to the store. Right? If the store is open, they will enter the store. If the store is closed, they will continue and just leave. You know? Actually, check if NPC will enter store. If store is open, check if NPC will enter store. And then, otherwise walk past the store and it will close. Otherwise, if they get scared by Bobblehead at any time, regardless of what state they're in, they drop their items and they run out of the store. Alright? And then they browse the shelf. After a certain amount of time, they either grab an item off the shelf, move to another shelf to browse, or to the register to pay. Or they move to another shelf to browse if they don't grab something off the shelf. Or they leave the store if they have no items. That sort of thing. And then they stand in the checkout queue. They move forward as the queue clears out. They place items on the counter at the front when they're at the front of the queue. After all items are scanned, they either hand the player cash or they hand the player card. When the purchase is completed, they take the bag and leave. They walk to the exit target, generate a review, and despawn. That whole thing. Everything you're telling at the moment is possible with State Machine. Behavior Tree will add more details. Yeah. If you add them to talk to each other if needed. I'm trying to think what else there would be. There will be customer interact, browse shelf, head to counter and await player interaction. Ask for Bobble to be repaired. Ask to sell Bobble. Ask for something strange. Buying conscious Bobble. That sort of thing. Thieves, interaction among them, trade among them if needed. Those complex things need behavior tree. I've been saying we need thieves for 2 days now. I've said multiple times, I may do that in a future release. Alright, in a future update, I may add that as like some free DLC or something, I'm waiting for the Thief DLC once the game is out. I mean, if I sell like 10 copies of this game and that's it, then there's not going to be much point in me like adding a thief mechanic sort of thing. But if I sell like 1,000 copies of the game, then it's like, all right, I'll add a thief mechanic as well to like add some more depth to it, since I've got people that are like playing the game and enjoying the game sort of thing, It will sell, I can bet. I hope so. I want to sell the comic books. I want Netflix to give me a movie deal and an animated series. I want got to give me to like hit me up about a collab with Five Nights at Freddy's, you know? I think you have to get some artist hide for the bobblehead. Not really. I've already got the Kenny assets that I'm using for the bobbleheads. So I'll just continue using that as a base. I'll just like customize the hair, the clothing, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Remember, this is the first octuple A solo dev game. Quadruple A, sorry. I keep saying octuple A. I thought you were talking about me for a second. I was like, what the fuck does he want? What else would there be? What else would we have for the NPC state? What would it... Do I want to have them chatting with each other? Our approach is make it a double state machine. A double state machine. That just sounds like a nightmare. One handling mood, other handling state. Because you have a lot of moods involved. Not really. The only mood I have is scared. Triple jump. Look at this Godot coming in. How are you? Welcome in. What were you doing today? I am looking to figure out if we're doing a behavior tree or a state machine for our NPCs. Yep. That's what we're doing today. Now, what did you do? Added a match filter pixel that lets you make a lot more automated chemical reaction machines. Ooh, nice. Nice. I like it. So. I don't think there's anything else I need. Because I think the other self, iour, that lends itself to a behavior tree is having a context of what items they've taken off the shelves. As well as how much money they have so that when I spawn them, I can spawn them with a certain amount of money, so that when they're in the store, I can make sure they don't go over that amount of money. As well as a satisfaction rating, like how satisfied they are, how long they waited in queue to be served, all that sort of stuff. How if there was a shelf that was out of stock of something, all that type of stuff that impacts their mood. And then at the end, we generate a review based on their state and stuff like that, their satisfaction and whatnot. And then we also have to remember we have the bobbleheads to consider as well. So there's bobbleheads that we have bobbleheads which are just as they are, plain and boring. My favorite mod for TCG is the adding Pokemon to the game. So yeah, the bobbleheads are in their box or they're on the shelf. They're like stocked sort of thing. And then they could become conscious and run around the store. They can be captured and put to work in the workshop, sacrificed, or put in a cage and wait to be sold. I don't know if that requires a state machine or if that requires a behavior tree. All right. I may want to do it as a behavior tree, just to cover all my bases. Hydrate? I can do that. Alright, we'll do a behavior tree. Why not? This game will be a good implementation of it. Oh, it'll be a good intro. A good intro to the implementation of it. Okay. Fun. Repeater. Okay. So ever repeater. We also need a... What's it called? Repeater node, behavior tree, sequence node. And these are our action ones. They're just called specific things. Okay, so go back here. We had a behavior tree. We had a sequencer. No, just sequence. That's what we'll do. Those are our actions. So we need a behavior node as well. A base behavior node. Behavior GD. I was watching a video last night about what's better than PB&J, and the winning combo was peanut butter and ketchup. Kind of want to try it now. Was this a good mythical morning video by any chance? Yes, from 2 years ago. Yeah. I thought I remembered seeing something like that from them. Okay. Behavior. It popped up in recommended, so I had to watch it. That's fair. Ketchup is jelly. Technically, it is jelly. It is a savory jelly. Status. Vegemite is good. I do enjoy Vegemite. Vegemite and peanut butter are good. Like, Vegemite peanut butter is a good combo. Because it's the same... Like, the reason why peanut butter and... Oh, sorry, not peanut butter and Vegemite. Not peanut butter and Vegemite. Vegemite and jam. Vegemite and jam is a good combo. Because the Vegemite is the salty that the peanut butter normally is. So it complements the sweetness of the jam. So Australia has its own version of the PB&J. It's... I'm not... It would technically be the V&J, which sounds bad, but it's just Vegemite and jam. You can't eat a spoonful of Vegemite? No. Doctor. You can't eat a spoonful of Vegemite. I can eat a spoonful of Vegemite. And whenever I have Vegemite, I often do. We are not the same. Sounds like a skill issue. Exactly. It's a skill issue. Oh. Evaluate context dictionary, return status. Like down a whole tub of peanut butter on a good day. I'll probably get sick, but it's worth it. Yeah, you do not want to down a full tub of Vegemite in a single day. That is so much salt. Like you will be hospitalized. Alright? That is too much. No one even try it, okay? It's not smart. Push error. Push error. Evaluate not implemented. Or living the American dream, eating all the food. No disrespect, but American foods, they are. All of their foods are just deep fried versions of other countries' foods. Yep. Like, oh, pizza's American. It's like, no, it's not. Pizza's Italian. You ruined it with deep dish pizza. And you even went to the point where you deep fried it and even put hamburgers on it. Like, that's... Yeah, that's true. If you ever had a deep fried Oreo, you're missing out. An Oreo does not need to be deep fried. Alright? An Oreo is perfect on its own. Okay? Same with a Mars bar, or a Snickers bar, or a Tim Tam. It does not need to be deep fried. It is already good, and it is already unhealthy. Saw a video about American bread the other day, how it's not bread. Yeah, too much sugar or something. Alright, so we have this. This is our root node. And then our behavior tree. Oh, sorry, we have our repeater node. So we'd have a repeater node. Which, class name, repeater, extends behavior. And it does func evaluate context dictionary. Basically, it makes the flower empty. And not sugar, too much processing, like taste of wheat germ. Like they take the wheat germ out, bleach it, then because of all that processing, they add mononutrients to the flour and a couple other things I don't remember. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Basically, it makes the flour empty. Yeah. Distilled flour. Only non-whole food. I would have probably guessed. Yeah, link the vid. Link the vid. I think I've only seen like short snippets of it. I haven't seen the entire video. I'd be interested in the whole thing. Bread does go stale and moldy. Correct. Correct. It evaluates the context and returns behavior node status running. Export var node behavior node. Node. Really? Just node? And then we want to return status running. Behavior tree. That's just a node, has a root repeater node. Okay. Behavior tree extends node. Root would be repeater. And then as a context dictionary. And we set up a function, which I'm going to do. I'm going to have mine run. What up, Cobbler? How are you doing? I'm going to have mine run on physics process. The reason why is because it's going to be handling things like movement, which I don't want run on process. A lot of people swear by homemade bread over store-bought in America. Yeah. Doing well, sir. What about you? I'm doing amazing. Implementing a behavior tree, which it's a first for me. So it'll be nice to see how it goes. This will go root evaluate, and we pass in context. Do we not do anything with the delta? Go in the vid? I can do that. Should you handle all movement in physics process, or does it not always matter depending on the context? So for like 99 times out of 100, you'll handle it in physics because your movement will have collisions involved. And you also need to think about the actual gameplay elements, because if you have your movement based on process and your player is like running through an area, you know, then if they hit a spike where their frame rate drops, all of a sudden their movement drops as well. So if they go from, if they're running it at like 160 FPS and then drop to like 30 FPS or 60 FPS, all of a sudden their movement speed is cut by a significant amount because it's tied to physics, like it's tied to process, not physics. And it's just, yeah. Process is not used for physics. Process should be used for UI updates and stuff like that. And physics should be used for movement and collision. And that's because you have the physics ticks, the physics process will trigger as close to 60 times a second as it can, regardless of FPS. The same reason we use delta time, so movement isn't timed to frame rate. Kind of. You do frame rate movement versus physics movement. There are these. Character moves smoothly in process because calculations are made at frame rate while the game is being played. Where things start to break is when someone is not playing at the frame rate as you intended. As a test, limit your FPS in the engine. You'll see what I mean. With lower FPS, you get slower calculations. With higher FPS, you get calculations so fast your physics would be liable to break. That's why you have physics process to help with when you need consistent results irrespective of frame rate. So yeah, physics process is consistency, basically. So you want your collisions and your movement and stuff to be consistent than anything else. But yeah. That's all. How's the cashier tray? It is implemented. Where is it? There it is. It's all implemented. It's got change that gets given out. It's got its state machine with its interaction. It's got its drawer, and each of these things have their interactions so that the player, so that it can do its thing. I'll check it out. I'll check it out after stream, Intrex. There's no need for me to watch it while the stream's going. Like, I'm not going to turn my game dev stream into a reaction stream about baking bread in America. Shout out to Nopeson. Yep. Nopeson indeed. All right, so we do this. And then, what is it? Sequence node. Okay. Do export var nodes array behavior. And then we have var current index. Go function evaluate context dictionary return status index. Yep. The only reason I see here that they're using current node int. So this is the index of the array that they're currently up to. You know? And I don't like it being named current node, because if I see something named current node, I would assume that it would be assigned a node. You know? Not an index to a node in an array. But yeah. Yeah. Also, just throwing this out there. This is me just implementing an initial kind of setup of it, based on what the details they have written up are. And then after I've built something out and got some stuff working, then I'll start changing it. I might remove the current index and might change that to just be current node. But yeah. Have a feeling you'll get rid of index? Probably. But right now, no need. Like, I could change it. So instead of this having an array, instead of this having this array here, I could just have it, I could just have this be like current node, initial node, and then on these I can have like a next node in sequence or something like that. But the issue with that is every node, even if it's not in a sequence, it would need to have it. I am lately into making very complex games that look very simple. Nice. But yeah, for now I'll just leave it like that because it's a very basic implementation at this point. Doesn't need to be anything over complex. I dislike that use of len nodes. Why not just if node size? Yeah. What's the reset state? Reset state just, yep, I see. So that just resets current index to 0. Yeah. We do reset state and we return, I assume we're returning success because, yeah, it hasn't failed technically. We get the BT node. We get the results from that evaluate. I'm going to call this one current node equals nodes current index. Got to change my username. Why do you have to change your username? Best thing about what you're doing is you started. I've seen people never start behavior trees. Yeah. And I specifically didn't want to use a plugin or an asset library or anything like that because I want to learn how to make these things. So I figure I can start with a simple example that someone has, and then I can build from there. If you had to pick between only being able to use Windows Vista or the current Mac OS for the rest of your life, which would you choose? I would choose to never use technology. I would go out into the forest and I would live off the land for the rest of my life. That's it. I will go become a farmer. Yep. No, don't use those. Those are very specifically tailored. So there is one that I've seen a lot of people talk about, which is behave. So I've seen this one get talked about a lot. So you have like the behavior tree, the select composite, secret composite, has positive position, set modular color, all this kind of stuff. And they've got this sort of thing here so you can see what's running. Stuff like that. I tried all behave. They felt like way complex to set up than what you would normally need. I was typing about behave. Nice. Become a mountain man off the grid. I already have the beard for it, so, you know. What up, creeper? G'day to you. How are you doing? Having a good night? Behave does look very complex. This looks like something that you would use for, like, if you were making an RPG kind of thing, or something with a large complex state machine or complex behavior tree. That's what that would be suited for. But at the same time, at that point, you should probably create your own. Current node, evaluate, context. Casually dying to one line of code. Behavior is only good if you're really making game around behavior. Yeah. Somehow you and me are in sync today. Great minds think alike. That's all it is, you know? Great minds thinking alike. Going, yep, we know exactly what to do with behavior trees. It shows that we have an understanding of what we're talking about. Or that we are both confused in the same way about what we're talking about. Worst part is that it's an extremely low-level area, so I don't know what's wrong. What's the error? We'll see if we can help you. There's people in chat that do low-level stuff. Yeah. No, I hate those. We all hate them. So if it's an error, reset state and return error. If it's a success, then current node. We handle the current node, otherwise we return running. So by default, we're going to return status running. We go if status is status success, you go where's it hearing error? Oh yeah, duh. We reset state and return status. See, I don't understand this. You already know that result. You already know result is error. So why type all that out? Why not just return error? Like, why not just return result? Why not just return result? You know? POV restarting to BIOS every time I run one line in an emulator. Reminds me of some people making overcomplicated libs for simple math functions like JS Python. Like an entire package for is even. I'm coding a math library at the moment for my next game. For some reason, a few hours ago, I got the urge to make a math game. Do it. Do it. But yeah, you can just do like a... You don't need is even. You just do a modulus 2. And if the result is 0, it's even. If it's 1, it's odd. Done. What the fuck do you need a library for that? And make the modern day cool math games? Could do that. Could do that. Need to bring back typing games, but make them cool. There's a lot of people at the moment making typing games. Like, have you seen Eris? Because Eris is making a typing cafe game where you run a cafe, but to create the item, like to make the meals and food and stuff, you need to like type the words that come across. Where are they? They should be pretty high in my follow here. There we are. Right there. Eris Ezra, making typing cafe. Yeah. I think that might have opened it on my... Oh, didn't open it there. Cool. But yeah, you can check them out. They're making a pretty good typing game. Yeah. There you go. Oh, sorry. Necrotype Cafe. There you go. So if we go... itch. This here. So this is the game that they're working on. This one here. So like the stuff that comes across and you gotta type it out. And like that's your progress. Like customers come in, you gotta seat them and stuff, and you gotta take the food to them after you've typed it through, and yeah. It's a nice little pixel art typing game. So yeah. I love how some people are like, Python is way better than C, and C is useless. Uses a language that is interpreted with C, C++. Not only that, but everything that is performant in Python is just a C compiled library. So like all of the machine learning stuff that Python uses is actually like C coded stuff, and they're just using those libraries that are like those pre-compiled things with bindings they can hook into. It's like, Python's not fast. It's not fast. If current index is equal to node size minus 1, then we do reset state, return status. Otherwise, current index plus equal 1. So there's that setup that we can do. Levels of the game we're making I don't even think we should consider slow. People like C is slower than Python. I tested the code in question. There's just a bunch of C compiled libraries that they're hooking into. Yeah. It's not... Yeah. It's been proved time and time again that Python is not a super performant, like super fast language. So whenever someone says that it is super fast without stating that the things that are running fast in Python are just C compiled libraries that Python binds into, they don't know what they're talking about. That's all it is. That is all it is. Let's see here. To reorder some stuff here. Where are we? Yeah, there we go. Done. Just had to reorder some stuff. Ads coming in. Guess it's time for some more words. Some good old werbles on strobels. Are yous ready? Are yous ready? Hope yous are ready. Are there any well-known games on Python? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Let me see. Games made in Python. Never heard of that. Never heard of that. Milk inside a bag. Milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk. What? Okay. So apparently that's made in Python. Slay the Princess made in Python. Whatever that is. Star Trek Bridge Commander is apparently made in Python. Oh, Doki Doki. There you go. That's apparently made in Python. RenPy. That's right. RenPy is Python based. For some reason, I thought that was what do you call it? For some reason, I thought RenPy was made in Lua. Because, like, so much stuff like that is made in Lua. Battlefield 2. Oh, server controls are heavily reliant on Python. That's not the same thing at all. Great installment of the well-known franchise. Interesting. All right. See, we've got an hour. We've got a minute 45. Let's see what we can do. Meh. Almost, Creeper. Almost. Oh, what up, Julia? How are you doing? Welcome in. Ream. Nice, nice. There we are. And we just got that one. What about... No. So there's not going to be anything that's RA. There's nothing else that starts with M. Hammer would be... There's no other HEs.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Rema. Interesting. All right. Let's pop that off there. Don't need to keep that up now. That's already paused. You painted sunflowers on your yard. Why didn't... Oh, you planted sunflowers in your yard. I was like, why did you paint sunflowers in your yard? Why didn't you just plant them? And then I reread it and I was like, oh, I'm just an idiot. Yep. Yep. Ignore me. Interesting. So it seems like a lot of these games use Python for the server-side stuff. But anything made in RenPy, so Doki Doki Literature Club, that was made in RenPy, which, as the name suggests, is Python-based. So, yeah, those kinds of games are made in Python. Other games are made in other stuff, and then, you know, server-side stuff is done in Python. Yeah, like scripts. Scripting stuff and whatnot. All right, so we've got all that set up. I don't need find target. Did you all know they become like 3 meters tall? Yep. Yep. I can't even see them. I'm like half the size. Yeah, that's because you're short. Yeah. What are we working on today, fellow nerds? Julia, we are creating a behavior tree. A very basic behavior tree. But I think this game is a good introduction to behavior trees for us that we can then expand on and learn. So, the only way to get better at behavior trees is to start implementing them. So, chat can't behave though. I know, I need to give chat a new behavior tree. Get rid of all the bad behavior that they keep popping up with. A selector node. Hydrate, sure thing. Damn, 9 feet tall is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. They grow huge. Like, sunflowers are giant. Like, where's a good photo that shows the scale? There you go. There's a good scale for sunflowers. Off to bed for me. Good night, Squibby. Have a good sleep. Look at that. Although at the same time, we don't know how tall these people are. Like, they could be like a meter tall. Need like a car park next to them or something. But yeah, they get huge. They get huge. And the fact that like they always face the sun too. Like as the sun moves in the sky, like they they like move around as well. They're like a satellite dish. A solar satellite dish. A solar dish. Imagine me making the least optimized snake game ever. If you want to do that, you're on the right track with using JavaScript or Python. Go ahead and slap some solar panels on those sunflowers. Nah, it's C, but I have to recode the entire libc. Yuck. Yuck. You'll be surprised how easy it is to create complex states. Now, negator. So a negator. Yeah. Negator's fair enough. I feel like anyone still using Java in 2025 is crazy. The thing is, Doctor, there are so many online things that use what do you call it? Java. You kind of need it. If it's console based, then it should be doable. There are syscalls for terminal operations after all. True. Yeah, negated GD is what I need. Last name, negator, extends, behavior. Have a function for evaluate, context, dictionary. Whoops. Status. You meant to say C# is Microsoft Java. Of course it is. Yep. Yep. C# is Microsoft Java. We all know it. Everyone knows it. Status. Status is... Oh, hang on. Child node. Yep. Now, this is interesting. If a negator only has one child node that it can negate, if it only has one child node that it can negate, then do I need to have an exported variable? Could I not just do getChild? Why are you extending it to behavior? I thought the point of creating class type was so it could be called by something else easily. No, so that's if you want to have a static. So you can have a static, which, you know, you would have negator, and then you'd have like a static function, and you'd have a static bar, money int sort of thing. And then you would be able to, somewhere else in the program, you'd be able to do like negator money or evaluate sort of thing. Like you can do that sort of stuff. But the reason we're extending behavior in this instance is because if we go into behavior, it has this enum here for status. So all of our behaviors will have one of three statuses. So any node that extends behavior has this enum, which it can use to say what its state is. And it's also got this function that's templated that says it needs to take a dictionary context and it needs to return a status. And if we don't implement this for a node, it will push this error out telling us, hey, you haven't done this, and return an error all the time. So we'll be able to know if we haven't implemented this function for something. You have a weird question. Do you know where you can get some basic shapes for Godot? What basic shapes are we talking? Are we talking 2D, 3D? Are we talking square, circle, triangle, or are we talking sphere, capsule, cone, square, like cube? So 2D. Mostly 2D. Okay. I don't know. Like, Godot doesn't have that themselves. You could just go into Critter. And then you could just like create your shapes in here, sort of thing, and then use these. Or if you want it to be pixel art, open a sprite and just create them in there, and then export them. Save them to a common spot so that way you can reuse them across projects. Yeah. That's right. Child node equals get child 0. That's what we'll have. Get child 0. Nothing better. Absolutely nothing. Assert get child count greater than 0. Negate a node does not have a child behavior. Negator behavior does not have a child behavior. Yeah, easy. I use Sprite. It's quite effective at doing what I want, considering I'm no artist at all. Same here. Me when I try summoning a cube, insert air PNG. Me when I try to create a cube, I get, you know, a line. Yeah. I tried to think of something witty to say, and it failed me. Child node evaluate context. It's quite effective at doing what I want, considering I'm no artist at all. I wonder how good Libra Sprite is too. I've never used Libra Sprite. Imagine I remembered that I had an unfinished dungeon game and I didn't touch it since a month. Do you by chance, Creeper, have an unfinished dungeon game that you haven't touched in, I want to say, about a month? Yeah? Just out of curiosity. If status is success, return status error. If status is status error, return status success. Yeah. Easy enough. Very simple and straightforward node. So that's all of our basic behavior tree state, like basic behavior tree things. Libra Sprite is almost the same as A Sprite, just free and missing a few new A Sprite features. Yeah. Plus Libra Sprite is free. So me being broke made it the choice for me. Yet what I do is I generally compile A Sprite. Because if you compile A Sprite from the source code, you get it for free, and it's up to date with everything that A Sprite has. Yay! And Julia gets it. And repeat until fail. A Sprite is free if you compile it yourself. That is true. Status behavior node status. We evaluate it. If it's error, return error, otherwise running. So this is another one of those. Repeat until fail. Class name. Repeat until fail. Extends. Behavior. Tried to compile it once and failed hard and gave up. Yeah, that happens. I wonder if fish can breathe. I mean, yeah. That's literally what the gills are for. Beat till fail has no child behavior. But aren't they just drinking water? No. Alright. We're doing this. Purpose of gills. A gill is a respiratory organ that many aquatic organisms use to extract dissolved oxygen from water and to excrete carbon dioxide. The gills of some species, such as hermit crabs, have adapted to allow respiration on land, provided they are kept moist. The microscopic structure of a gill represents a large surface area to the external environment. So yeah. Filtering out not oxygen, dissolved oxygen. Yeah. POV, some things that only have the source code and you got to compile it on an old ass program. Yep. Oops. We'll do that. Want that. So many keys that I'm pressing wrong. Evaluate. Context dictionary. Return status. And then it was... Did I name the other one child node? Because if I did, that would be... Yucky. Simple. Use Visual Studio 2017 and install that fat 7GB extension. Yuck. Yeah, don't. Visual Studio is terrible. Also try installing Makefile with old dependencies. Basically what I needed once. Yeah. Sounds about right. Child. Evaluate context. If status is status error, return status. Otherwise, return status running. Easy enough. Oh, digital father, how do you feel about me finishing 3 hours of AWS BS? I mean, congrats. You finished it in less than a day. I would hope so. I mean, there's 24 hours in a day. You're awake for approximately 16 of those. Spending 3 of those finishing AWS stuff is like, I hope that was in a day. Congrats, Intrex. You've learned even more frustrating stuff. Source code was a bunch of old games, is freely available. I wonder if I can even manage to build it now that you mention it. You'd be able to build it. You'd have to, like, if they're, depending on how old they are, you'd probably have to dig up some rather old versions of compilers or build tools, stuff like that. My Firefox lagged as soon as he started talking. That's funny. Are you using a Linux distro created by AWS by chance? 20-year-old Homeworld 1 source code, for example, or even Doom. Damn. Yeah, you'd probably need to make sure you could get something that compiles 30. I would imagine they're 32-bit. So you'd probably need something. DOS? Oof, DOS. Yeah, you need something that's going to compile it correctly. Possibly even 16-bit with that. No, I wouldn't imagine it'd be 16-bit. At least with Doom. Maybe. Maybe the original Doom. Doom requirements be like 10 transistors and power optional. Yep. Yep, that's true. Very, very true. Alright, so we've got this. Let's see. That's all we need, and then we start implementing our behaviors that do specific things. Like now we start implementing our logic. Yeah. Back when 16 megahertz was in a top-of-the-line CPU. That's what I want to go to. So there is our basic behavior tree stuff. So what I can do now, I can add a directory for NPC actions. Maybe. I feel it would be NPC actions. I could go more generic and call it NPC behaviors. I don't think I need to. I think NPC actions is what we need. Time to get back to work? No! You can't leave us so soon. You only just got here. Oh, for shame. Go enjoy work, Julia. Have a good one. Meanwhile, me trying to decide between Final Fantasy Pokemon combat or real time. So trying to decide between turn-based combat and real-time combat. What if you did real-time turn-based combat? And I know what your question's gonna be. WTF is that? Yeah. Because it'd be difficult to implement. Is that Expedition 33 combat style? No. No, Expedition 33 is turn-based with quick time actions. So it's turn-based, and then when it's the opponent's turn, you have quick time actions. What I'm talking about is you implement it so that each side, like your characters and the opponent's characters, are like they're taking turns. They're taking turns amongst themselves, but not with each other. So it's not so much your character attacks, their character attacks, your character attacks, their character attacks. It's not that. It's your character attacks and their character attacks. They could be targeting each other. They could be targeting a different... So, like, you could be targeting a different one than the one that's attacking, and it could be targeting a different one than what you're attacking with, sort of thing. And the others in the party have to wait until the one that's currently attacking is finished before they can attack. And the one that just attacked has a cooldown before their next attack, sort of thing. So you can kind of line up the attacks and defends and all that, all the different actions, so that your team's attacking and defending in turn, while the opponent is also attacking and defending in turn. It's difficult to explain. But yeah, I think that would be an interesting combat style. I wonder. Real-time turn-based combat. Games that use turn-based and real-time. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Congrats, you're officially a Godot. Make sure to introduce yourself to people as a Godot, okay? The next time you're going out for dinner, whether it's takeout, whether it's to a restaurant or a pub meal, or if you're just stopping off somewhere to grab something from like a cafe, introduce yourself to whoever talks to you. Oh, hello, Timo. G'day, you Godunts. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Everyone that's following at the moment, make sure, introduce yourself to the next person that works in food services stuff as a Godot. Okay? What up, Snommit? I am assuming I pronounced that right. What were you doing today, Tibbo? Yes, yes, yes. Hello. AirPod? EPod? 3PO'd? Is it 3PO'd? I feel it's pronounced 3PO'd. Can't forget about the OG GOAT, blending real-time and turn-based combat, The Legend of Dragoon. Never played it. Yeah. Oh, tripod. Oh, that's smart. That's a nice way of doing tripod. Nice. Welcome in, y'all. Worked on some import-export workflow for animated cutscenes in my game. Found some nice ways to do it. Nice. Nice. Well, welcome in, y'all. I'm making a Bobble Shop sim, and we're currently creating a behavior tree. First behavior tree ever. So I'm creating it, and I understand it, I think. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Yeah. So I think maybe it will end up being not so great. Hey, as long as you learn something in the process, it doesn't matter if it turns out great. And the good thing is, it's your code, so you can always change it to make it great. You know? Yeah. Lod walked, so Claire could run. Well, that and Shadow Hearts. What? What are you talking about, gamer? Anyway, we were talking, but just before you came in, we were talking about games that have real-time and turn-based combat. Figured we'd have a look. See if there are. In Transistor, you equip abilities to yourself that you can use in real time, though this lacks grace. You can also stop time and plan out all your moves, letting them happen in an instant. This puts you at risk of not being able to use moves at all in real time, though, effectively letting enemies get a free turn on you. Interesting. That's an interesting mechanic. Undertale. In combat, you must still make choices, such as using items or talking to enemies. And of course, fighting. Fighting itself is a real-time affair, though. With you defending your own hearts while attacking the enemies. Feels almost akin to a rhythm game, though with more of an unsettling edge to it. That's true. Interesting. What the fuck is that? What is that? Whose brain births forward this stuff? What? Who imagines that? Gotta cook. Good luck with the stream, Mr. Mustache. Thank you very much. Good luck with your cooking. I hope it turns out delicious. Absolutely beautiful. And thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. The creator was high. You'd have to be more than high. Like, this is something that comes out of a bad acid trip. All right? Final Fantasy VI. The ATB system has characters still take turns once their ATB bar fills, though if someone else has a higher speed stat, they can skip to their turn to attack first. Any character with full ATB bar can attack even at the same time and potentially cancel each other's attacks out. Yeah, I could see that working. I can see that working. Yeah. Alright. Well, I think we're done with that. So I think the next thing we need to do is start looking at this stuff. So how would we set up our NPC? Failed to load script negator. Okay, so that's an old error. Let's see. NPC. I can get rid of this state machine. I don't need that anymore. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Toodle, toodle, oodle, 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 ooze. The interesting thing is, how am I gonna work my interaction system into this? Ooh, I know how I can work my interaction system into this. Ha ha ha! It's gonna suck, but I'll be able to get it. Actually, no, it won't suck. That's actually, that's fine. Yeah. Deletes all. How am I going to do this? Okay, so let's just delete the project. Okay, now how am I going to build this game from scratch? I really need to get something to like put under my beard so that people can get like the full effect. Yeah. Instead of just like the cut off bit that they normally see. That's what needs to happen. There's so much more to the beard. I feel like people don't understand how big the beard is. Like, look at that. Get a V-neck mech suit. I feel like that was Bethesda. That was Bethesda's doing with Elder Scrolls 6. Keep deleting it, making it from scratch. That is essentially it. So they've announced that they were working on that game in 2018. 7 years ago is when they announced Elder Scrolls 6. Now, the release of Oblivion Remastered, that was redone in Unreal Engine 5. The reason for that is because that was them seeing what it's like to, like, that was them building a game in Unreal Engine 5 so that they can justify migrating Elder Scrolls 6 to Unreal Engine 5. So they basically built it in their in-house engine for like 4 years. And then they were like, we should build this in Unreal Engine 5, actually. So they started building it in Unreal Engine 5 and started building Oblivion Remastered in Unreal Engine 5. Released Oblivion Remastered, and now they're like, cool, we'll keep building it in Unreal Engine 5. It's so annoying. But yeah, this is why games from these AAA companies take forever. It's horrible. And the worst part about the Elder Scrolls 6, I loved the Elder Scrolls games. I loved Morrowind, loved Oblivion, loved Elder Scrolls Online. I don't think I can justify playing Elder Scrolls 6 because I can guarantee they are going to release that game for $100 US. I can guarantee it. by the time that game comes out in 2027, 2028, they'll be selling it for 100 US, if not more. So, yeah. Sucks. Sucks. Same fear people have with GTA 6. Oh no, we know GTA 6 is going to be like 90 USD or 120 USD or some stupid crap like that. We know that's happening. It's like 200 New Zealand. Yes. Yes. It's it's a game that most people just like, unless you're someone that has sunk thousands of hours into GTA 5, or you're a streamer that gets it gifted, or like has enough viewership to justify it. No, like they're not gonna buy it. It's too expensive. And not only that, but they're not releasing it on Steam. So they're already cutting a bunch of people out. Like, no, sorry, not that they're not releasing it for Steam, they're not releasing it for PC. Do you think they would make more money to justify a $50 or $60 range these days? Yes. Yes. I reckon they would. If they sold it for $50 to $60, everyone would buy it. And they're like, oh yeah, like the reason we're not releasing it for PC is because people that buy things on PC usually just wait for a sale to come out. And then they'll buy it when it's on sale. It's like, that's because you're selling it for $100 goddamn dollars. Perhaps if you sold it for $50 in the first place, we would buy it day one. Instead of waiting 6 months for it to go on sale because your sales are bad. And then buy it cheap. God damn. It's not a difficult concept. Not difficult at all. Ah, beans. Too late for Giggle Land. Yeah, it took us like the demo was about 50 minutes. It was interesting. It was interesting. The screenshot thing. Ugh. Picked up The Crew 2 for like $1. It was on sale a while back. That's because you can't play it. You bought nothing with that dollar. You didn't buy anything. That's solid. Yeah. It looks like it's going to be a very fun game. I was concerned at points. You can play Crew 2, just not Crew 1. Oh, Crew 2's the new version. People weren't playing the Crew 2, so they stopped people being able to play Crew 1. Ow. Why do I have hiccups all of a sudden? Why do I have hiccups? What? What? That makes no sense. How are you doing, Snin? How's things? Shout out to Snin. Check out Smelly Foot Man. That's right. Your Smelly Foot Man. Latency to broadcaster. Thanks, Twitch. Hey, Jones! G'day, you dunce. How are you doing? Welcome in. What were you working on today? Comb the beard? You got it. I had 23-second latency. Yeah, refresh the page. Occasionally, I think that happens, Creeper, because it's something to do with Twitch's servers passing it on. Okay. Hello, Jones. Doing good. Run down after stream, but got in a walking dinner. Nice. Yeah, Jones, tell us what you were doing today. What I've been working on tonight is I've been setting up a basic behavior tree, and we will get to see how that works. I saw you in Fira stream and thought I'd say hello. Well, hello. Yes, I was the one that jumped in and in 30 seconds solved Fira's problem. Well, I mean, I didn't solve the problem. Fira solved the problem. I just asked a question that led Fira to solving the problem. Yeah. Yeah, what were you working on, Jones? What were you doing? This is... What are we doing? Sequencer. That's what I need. Sequence. Yeah, we've gone through and we've stubbed out this stuff here for our behavior tree. And we're gonna start looking at NPC actions soon. So, making items drop from enemies and tractoring them up. Interesting. Very nice. How do you handle that? Do you have a pool of items that NPCs can potentially drop? And you pick at the time that they're defeated, or do you assign them what items they have when they spawn? So, yeah. I'm intrigued. Talking about games taking forever to make, Call of Duty comes out yearly, and they are buggy messes, even though they use the same code from the last year. Yeah. The amount of bugs that Call of Duty has these days, when it's the same game, I mean, how hard is it to keep consistency between a game where you have the same guns doing the same thing? Like, just copy the grenade throwing code. Alright? That's all you need. You don't need to do anything special. It's the same thing. You're still just calculating the arc and throwing it. Doing both, so I give them the random tag. It's random, else it's specific. Interesting. Very nice. I've never done assigning items to enemies or anything like that. So I had no idea. But yeah, so a tag so that it picks them at random. And if you don't give them that tag, do you tell them what items they have? What sort of game am I making? I'm making a Bobble Shop Simulator. So this be our game. We've got our world set up, sort of thing. We've got it so that you can purchase bits and pieces. You can place your furniture. You can rotate your furniture too. Yeah. You can pack your bobbles on your shelf, however you see fit. You can take a bobblehead. You can open it. There's a bug where for some reason I can't place the bobblehead on the shelf. I don't know why. And what we're doing at the moment is working on our NPC's behavior tree. So this is our NPC, like our NPC logic, basically. So we're just going through this. We've set up the behavior tree nodes that we need, the different behavior nodes and whatnot. In this folder here, we'll have our NPC actions, such as walk to store, and then, like, you know, check if store is open, and then run a check to be like, will they enter the store? Yes, okay, go into the store. And then you have a node that checks if they got scared by a bobblehead. If they did, then we do this stuff. Have an like them browsing shelves. Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff we need to code up now. It's going to be interesting. What up, Mavi? Nice. Thank you very much. I hope it's nice. I'm kind of stalling because I have no idea what I'm going to do with NPC actions and the behavior tree. I'm totally not stalling. Yep. Oh, and hi. Came back to a different stream. That's right. That's right. NPC AI is hard. It is. Just like figuring out how to structure this tree is like, what? Alright, we do have ads coming in though. I do need to BRB for a mini. I'm going to throw up these words for yous while the ads play. So I will be back in 2 minutes-ish. So yeah, I will see you shortly. I hope words doesn't break while I'm gone. I'm back. It's alright, we'll do one more round. It's fine, we got time. Rock. That's a good one. Kronk, yep. What else do we need? Reckon. What the hell's the big word?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, that's over. Knocker. Oh, Knocker. You are the best creeper. Best creeper. Indeed. Alright. What was that? Alright. Just typed random letter until I found something that made sense. That's fair. That's often what I do. When it gets down to the wire, I'm just like, alright, letters in different orders. The curl's getting crazy. What are you talking? The mustache. That's got quite an arc to it, doesn't it? Like, these two are definitely on track to like meet up the top here. I mean, they can already touch, I think. It just, they like touch in the middle of my eyesight, so it's not really, doesn't really help. When the stash becomes eyebrows. There we go. There. Walk to store. Extends behavior. I don't need this to have a class name. It's not needed. I do think actually by the time I go to Munich, these will probably be like up here. I need to know. I need to know. 33.5 centimeters. Oh, great. Now it's all separated. Now it's difficult to use. Hydrate, I can do that. Make me wish I could grow my own stash after I paid so much to lose that ability. Hey. Sometimes our choices come back to bite us in the ass. Yeah. Can you tell me what that is American? Hang on. Oh, what that is in American? It'd be around about 1.5 feet. Oh, really? It's only 13.18 inches? Oh, damn. There you go. I thought a foot was like 24 centimeters. No, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, 30.48. Yeah, so it's like, it's a bit over a foot. It's a bit over a foot. Yeah. It's pretty good. Return status error. Just for now. Just for now. Now this would happen in sequence though. So I'd also need to check. So, like, the context will say if they are in the store, what items they have purchased, all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to. I can't think of what to do. I need to check. But if I do, how would I do this? God damn it. I can't. So I need my behavior tree. It needs to move them to the store. And then after it's in the store, what up, Medi? I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree with your agree. Yes. Is the dictionary referenced? All right, so we have the behavior tree, the root, the sequence. Do I want the sequence there? You deserve a follow. I'll stay here, watch Godot coding. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Much appreciate the follow. You're a legend. You're also officially a Gedunt. A Gedunt stands for good 4-letter C word that is used for friend. Make sure to tell people. Go up to the next person you see. Introduce yourself as a Gedunt. It's the only way to be. Our behavior tree, our root. Do we have a sequence as our next thing? I wonder if we have like a splitter. No. So, I guess for sequence we would have 4-letter C word that's used for a friend. Ah, yes, chum. That's right. Gedunt stands for good chum. Really? Can you explain what idea you have? And I'll try giving you any solution. So I'm just setting up the behavior tree for the state machine. Oh, sorry, the behavior tree for our NPCs. So we've got our behavior tree. We've got our root, which is a repeater. So this sequence here, this will be a sequence for like approaching the store. So this will have two things. It'll have approaching the store. When they get to the store, it will be if they are to enter the store or not. If they enter the store, then I would imagine we would go into this and we'd like have something that checks all of this stuff. It would probably help if I actually put this into like a tree itself. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You're officially a Gedunt. Tell people. Make sure they know. Everyone must know that you are a Gedunt. Okay? Stare them right in the eye. Right? And just go, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt. How are you?" And then, you can wait for them to respond, or you can walk away before they respond. Like, I don't care. Like, just as long as they know you're a Gedunt. Yep. G''DUNT. Gedunt. I will tell everyone I know ASAP. This will not take long. Love to hear it. It doesn't just have to be people you know either. Like, you see a cop walking down the street, go up and tell them. Alright? You see, I don't know, a teacher, you make sure to tell them. We'll say setting up properties of the NPC, distance from player, hitbox, gravity and mechanisms, etc. Now, so there's no hitboxes or anything. It's not a combat game. It's just a Bobble Shop sim. So, yeah, I just need them to implement that weird thing. You miss the TTS characters? Why do you miss them? They're all still here.
Test.
You can use the TTS characters. You don't need the redeems anymore. There's no redeems. You just use the commands. I told my grandfather I'm a Gedunt, and he said, or grandmother Armageddon, and she said she loves me more now than ever. Exactly. Thank you for bringing my family together. No problem.
We are all irredeemable now.
That's correct. People are so lonely these days. They only tell you their AI. They only tell it to their AI companion. Hello, Hilden. How are you? You want it to behave like a real player. So that's not what a behavior tree is for. A behavior tree just has decision logic into what the NPC is going to do. So I need to work all of this into a behavior tree. So I just need to figure out the order in which I need to put things and what node types I need to use and such. So we have a repeater, which is our root node, that just constantly repeats over and over and over. We have our negator, which if the node returns a success, it flips it to an error. If the node returns an error, it flips it to a success. Otherwise, it just returns that it's running. Repeat until fail runs the same logic until it gets a fail, an error state, and then it returns. The sequence will constantly run the first action until it gets a success, and then it moves on to running the second action until it gets a success, and then it moves on to the third action. Once the third action succeeds, or however many actions, when the last action in that sequence succeeds, it goes back to the first, sort of thing. So yeah, and then the actions are all of our specific stuff, like walk to store. You've rolled your own behavior tree. I'm trying to, Mavi. I'm trying to. A very basic one. So, yeah. I was wondering if Godot had one. There are ones in the asset library. So there's Behave, which is a popular one. So this implements the whole behavior tree thing. But yeah, I need to. Maybe that's what I could do. So the first node here could be a repeat until fail, maybe? Or a repeater? No. What if I just do walk to store? So what if we do what we can do in here. We can have them move to an area so we could have them move towards here. So like have them come up to here, like global 0, somewhere along here. and somewhere over here, sort of thing. So when they're in this 4 meter area, 4 by 2 meter area, they stop, and if the store is open, they continue into the store. If the store is closed, they pause for a moment, and then after like 1 to 3 seconds or 1 to 4 seconds, they walk away. Are you going to allow modding for people to add custom assets and items? I do want to. I will have to look into that. I'll have to look into that. Because one thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to encrypt the PCK and stuff like that. Just so that people, like, I can, yeah, have it. Yeah, a bit more secure. Not very secure, but as secure as Godot can be. That's the biggest problem, because if I encrypt it to make it more secure so that people can't get the Cinti assets and the Kenny assets, or the Cinti assets primarily, it impacts the ability to add modding. Can do specific directory in player's home folder for mods, like many games do. It's not just about that, though. I can build something that does like a mod loader, but I also need to then go through the practice, like go through and document what function names are, what parameters they take, what they return, how they should be used, and all that sort of stuff, so that people can write the code for that specific stuff. Unless we just go with like meshes and stuff, allow them to add extra things to the different bobbles and whatnot, or add different categories of items. I don't know. We'd have to figure that out. But yeah, right now I'm just focusing on the game itself, and then later on I can worry about making it so that mods can be added to it and such. Because mods is a whole different beast that I've never done before. So yeah, if I try to think about that now while doing this, it's, yeah, horrible. I get your point for securing encryption files. Not encryption files, just just encrypting them, like using an AES key sort of thing to encrypt them, all that type of stuff. Adding mod support is a lot of work unless one has a bunch of loose files that contain the game logic in some XML format. Yeah. Have to go for a few minutes? No worries, Doctor. You'll be back before the stream is over. You got 35 minutes. Yep. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is for the NPC, we have them head towards Global 0. Or maybe Global 1. Global 1-1 through to 3-1. And so like somewhere between Global 1-0-1 and 2-0-3. Well, sorry, 3-0-2. 402, 302, 302. So in here we go target as vector 3, rand f range 1 to 3, 0, and a rand f range of 1, 2. So all this is their target that they're heading towards when they spawn in. 2 meter by 1 meter area. So the NPCs will spawn in like around this corner and around this corner, and they will walk towards the store here. They will decide if they're going to enter the store. If they are, so they'll decide if they're going to enter the store. First they'll check if the store's open. If the store's open, they'll decide if they're going to enter the store. If the store is closed, or they decide they're not entering the store, then they continue on to the other corner that they, like the opposite corner that they spawned in from, and they despawn when they get to that opposite area. What if store closes after they've decided to go in? So same thing as TCG. If you close the store, then the customers that are in here at the moment will finish what they're doing. They will finish browsing, they'll finish checkout, they'll leave. No new customers come in. So it just stops setting it to close just stops new customers from coming in. You finish with the existing customers, and then you end the day, basically. So if they do, like if the store is open and they do decide to go in, then I'll have them like walk into the store and go up to one of the displays. So at that point, if the store is open and they do enter the store, we can have them go into this browse shelf sort of loop. Or like go into another sequence or something. Or yeah, just browsing the shelf, taking items off the shelf, browsing other shelves, going over to the register and checking out, exiting the store, waiting for the player to assist them because they need something to be repaired or they want to sell something, stuff like that. But yeah. Let me guess, a shop simulator game. Yes, it is a Bobble Shop Simulator. So trading card game simulator, but with bobbleheads. Supermarket simulator, but bobblehead based. Yeah. So if I do behavior as a walk to store, this would be the first thing in the sequence. So they would walk to the store. I could actually change this. Instead of walk to store, we could set this up so that So they move towards a... Actually, let me... No, go away. I don't want to find in you. I want to be over here. Behavior tree. That has the context. So the NPC can set their target position. Or it can set their exit node. And what their target position is. And then this references that context. And we have something in context which is, you know, if they're leaving. So we have something like, if leaving store, or if context leaving store, I could even do if context get leaving store, because what does that return if it's got nothing? Godot for dictionary. Because it does have get and set as safe accesses. So we do this. Get key. Default variant null. Returns the corresponding key. Returns default or null if the parameter is omitted. So... yeah. Gets... leaving store, false. So if this isn't found in the dictionary, it returns false. And then we can go, all right, cool. So if we're leaving store, then target equals context get exit point, and this can just be vector 3. No, I don't want this to have a... I don't want that to have it. Target, like, exit point should be set when the NPC spawns. So, what we can do is go down to our NPC. There's going to be a lot of broken stuff in here because I don't have a state machine anymore. I also need to set you up. Actually, no. I'm going to change this. This will be behavior tree. Behavior tree. Behavior tree. And I don't need these balls anymore. There's a lot of stuff that I need to clean up. Get rid of that. We can return... Return an array. You don't need to do anything. State machine, get rid of you. Complete purchase, I'll have to get rid of. Process. I don't think any of the NPC states had process, did they? I don't think they did. No. Yeah, no, they didn't. Cool. Get rid of those 3. We can do behavior tree. Evaluate. No. I don't need to do anything with the behavior tree because that just runs on physics process. So I don't need to call anything. I don't need to call it for that. There's the issue that if modder can make a mod that just extracts the game files out if you make it too open for modding. What if store closes after they've decided to go in? Yeah. So with the modding stuff, there's already a problem with Godot where it's easy to extract all of the entire project and load the project up in Godot. And then you've got access to fucking everything, which is why you need to encrypt it, which doesn't do a lot, but it stops script kiddies from just running a tool to extract the data. They have to actually do apply effort to do stuff. So yeah, it's yeah. That's kind of why I want something that compiles to like machine code kind of thing. So that we don't have to have that. But oh well, Godot's gonna Godot, isn't it? I don't think I should call movement slide. No, I don't need to call movement slide here. I'm going mentally insane because of Amazon. Yep. Welcome to the club. We've all done that. What I could do... So this setup here... So it's got this nav agent set up. Why? Because it's Amazon, that's why. No. Amazon. To be honest, Azure and GCP are no better. All of their UIs are terrible. It's like that. It's like the part of Silicon Valley where Richard gives the tool out to all, like the software, to all of his engineering buddies, and they're all like, "Oh my god, this is so amazing! This is great!" And then regular people get their hands on it, and they're like, "This is shit." That's what I get from AWS, Azure, and GCP. Is all of the engineers are like, "Oh my god, this UI is amazing," but then people that aren't at the level of engineers go to use it, and they're like, "There's like a million better ways that this UI could be made." It happens though. Like that's just what happens. When tech people try to make UI. I need a way for this to work. So what we do, we go behavior tree, context, set exit point to target. Behavior tree context set you to that. Behavior tree context set money to rand I range of 15 to actually $15 to $450. Cash. $250 is the most cash anyone walking into the shop will be carrying. Any purchase that an NPC is making over that will always be on card. Not even surprised, the tech industry being dumbasses. At least this is the biggest BS I'll ever have to face. Right. Do I be honest and tell you about working in cloud DevOps stuff? Or do I lie to make you feel good? Sure. Nothing ever would be as bloated as AWS, right? So, moving on. You don't need to know. You do not need to know. I can probably get rid of these. Why did the stream crash for me as soon as I got that look? I don't know. It didn't crash for me. But actually give it to me. It all depends on where you work. There are companies that you will work for that have a pile of tech debt. That's just... You never know. You never know until you start working somewhere. But yeah, there are companies that are good with their setups and they do things properly. Those are the few. Those are the few. G'day, Aaron. How are you doing? That aside, is there going to be study materials that are bloated as AWS? What do you mean, study material? Like for Azure or stuff like that, like HashiCorp and things. Skills to learn, etc. Yes and no. Like, I mean, for all I know, there could be. I haven't really done cert studies for Terraform or Kubernetes. Yeah, I couldn't say, to be honest. Docker and Kubernetes clusters are beasts of their own. So they could be just as bloated. But I couldn't say for sure. Could not say for sure. I think I need to remove these. Is it time to retire, chat? If you've got a way to pay for everything, then sure. Back to studying I go. Have a good time, Intrex. I'm just thinking, I need to move this. Goddamn. Oh, that'll wake you up. All right. I think I need to take these and move them. Move them into the walk to store. If entering store. Oh, that's right. Behavior tree, context, set, NPC to self. So that way in here, I can do... That's the first time I've seen that, Medi. All the eyes got caught by the AI mod for gibberish. So what up, Victor? How are you doing? Putting a bunch of eyes in a row is apparently kick apparently classes that as gibberish, which I mean that's correct. It is technically gibberish. So yeah, it caught it again for gibberish. I just don't think you can put the same character like 10 times in a row. Back, just been on a dev course learning how to build and use Auth0. Nice. And how is that going, Victor? How is Auth0? But it doesn't catch it if you put full stops between. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Context get NPC nav agent. So when he said NPC, I wanted to write a meme. And what is that meme, Medi? Honest answer, amazing. Not absolutely shockingly bad. And is it still Auth 0? Or has it been changed over to Octa these days? Because I thought Auth 0 was like bought out by someone. You said NPC in a very funny way. Okay, fair. Fair. I did. I think I want to set it target position to target. I don't want to be setting this every single time though. I really don't want to be setting it every single time. Would I set it by the context? How do they do it in here? How do they... I know they handle movement in a bad way here, but... So they just have a move node on the export. I guess that can work. I was thinking about that. So down here we can just do NPC. NPC nav agent type position equals that. Get rid of those. Actually, that does need to stay as that because of this. If they're leaving store, we set it to target. This is going to be an interesting way of setting it up. I'm not getting it done tonight. I'm going to have to continue this tomorrow. Because, yeah, we're about to have ads hit. And we need to raid out before that happens. Don't want to raid out in the middle of ads now, do we? Who are we going to hit tonight? Who are we hitting tonight? Are we hitting Pirate? No. Let's see. Oh, we could go. We could go Budo. Let's see. Yeah, let's go then. Mezu. I raided Mezu not long ago. So yeah. Timbude. Maybe. We'll raid Tim. Someone new. Okay. Yeah, we'll go say hi, see what they're like. New programmer, hello world, professional programmer. Control B, Control C, Control P. Alright, so tomorrow we'll keep going with this NPC behavior tree, try and figure out how to set it up so that the NPC moves towards the front of the store and goes from there. You voted Mezu, that's fine. And then, yeah, we'll just gonna keep working on this behavior tree until it's implemented for the NPCs, basically. So this will probably be the next few streams of work. Never give me what I want. That's fine. That's fine. You can't always get what you want. Right? Isn't that how the song goes? Yeah. G'day, ya gedunts. That's the raid message right there. If you don't have the emotes, just say g'day, you gedunts, and whatever emotes you feel like using. But otherwise, I will catch you all in 9 hours when I'm back for another stream. So, good night, you gedunts.